You can see it? Hello, hello, hello. Margaret, we can't hear you, but can you hear us? Oh, she turned off her camera.
Are there any legal issues on this project that you've heard? Is yours the general plan? Oh. Okay. Wait, your last day is Wednesday? Oh my gosh. When do you start at San Carlos? August. Oh, so you get a nice. Oh, that's not long enough. Yeah. Yeah. No, I won't be here tomorrow. So no. What? You too. Yeah. You have a very bright future. Straight to CDD director if you want. So. Why didn't you guys apply for the senior? Can I ask? Yeah. Okay. All right. I was just because I sat on that panel and I was like, wait a minute. There's a problem here. Yes. That was what I thought. Anyway. Yeah, no.
I'm getting a text from Manera that she can't hear me.
Okay, I hear somebody talking.
Manera, are you there? Can you hear me now?
Wait, Manera? Oh.
Can anyone hear me now?
Margaret, can you speak again? She's still. Can you ask her to speak again?
I can hear you, Margaret.
Oh, okay. So I wonder why Manera said she can't hear me.
Sorry, Margaret, we just hear you in chambers.
Margaret, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear, but there's a lot of feedback or echoing or something.
So it just sounds like an echo, but can you hear my voice?
I can hear your voice and I can understand it, but it's really strange. It's a lot of echo. So hopefully that doesn't continue. Do I sound okay? Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you.
Okay, well, I'm hopefully I won't have to hear it like that the whole time because it's strange.
Margaret, you're clear to the other participants, but I do think it's a little shop of horrors coming from the city.
Okay, so it's not just me.
Yeah, I was just validating your audio.
Yeah, so you're not in chambers.
Correct.
Hi, can I help
Yeah.
you? Or? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, well now it sounds better, so maybe
Yes.
it's Ashley's.
Thank you.
Hard to tell.
Margaret, can you hear me better now? Is there like an echo?
No, that's much better. Yay.
Okay, perfect. As long as you guys can hear me, then I think we should be good.
Yeah, thanks. That sounds good.
Okay, perfect.
Whew. All right. We're good. How are you? Good job. I'm fine. How are you? Oh, I love your outfit today. You always look so good. I did not study up on this project a lot. Where are you? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. I'm gonna go call Zane super. I just don't see him all weeks. I know. I hear you. Oh, sure, it's fine. Just, did you? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. He sent out an email, Martin. I think it was August 8th or something.
Recording in progress.
Chair Patel, we are ready to begin.
Thank you. Welcome to this regular meeting of the Planning Commission this Tuesday evening, July 23rd. I now call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. Ashley, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Chair Patel,
Here.
Vice Chair Nugent,
Present.
Commissioner Ubnutter,
Here.
Commissioner Klofter,
Present.
and Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Thank you. First, I want to note that we are a 5-member body again and welcome our newest planning commissioner, Adam Klafter. Adam, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody. My name is Adam Klafter. I'm very happy to be here this evening. I am a resident of San Mateo for the last 30-something years, and I've always taken an interest in this city, and I'm here hoping to help work with everybody else on the commission and the city to make it an even better place.
Thanks. One thing I really appreciate about our body is that we all have different expertise that we bring to the dais, and Adam's background is in interior architecture and historic preservation, and I'm very excited to have your expertise with our group. So welcome. I also want to note that Commissioner Williams is joining remotely from a room at 32 West Clark Street, Eureka, California, 95501, where an agenda has also been posted. And good evening and welcome. We are excited to be here in person with options for virtual participation. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the clerk. If participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for that specific item. And for those calling in, the conference ID is 870-7040-1902, and the passcode is 880408. Finally, we welcome speakers providing public comment, but please be advised that this is a limited public forum. As such, speakers must stay on topic if speaking to a particular agenda item. If speakers fail to follow these rules, they will be warned, and if they continue to disregard our rules, their opportunity to speak will be ended. Our first agenda item is the consent calendar. Ashley, could you please read the consent calendar?
Yes. Item number 1, Planning Commission meeting minutes approval. Approve the minutes of the regular meetings of June 11th, 2024 and June 25th, 2024. And then we also have item number 2, 1500 and 1510 Fashion Island Boulevard. Findings of general plan conformance resolution adoption.
Is there any member of the commission who would like to pull any of the items from the consent calendar?
I would just like to make the comment that I did not attend the June 11th meeting, but I read the notes and I'm still, it's still acceptable to me to be on the consent calendar.
Commissioner Williams, could you repeat that? You're cutting out a little bit, maybe a little bit closer to the microphone.
Sure. I just wanted to note that I have no concern with these 2 consent items. However, I was not at one of the 2 meetings in the set of meeting notes, so I thought I would put that on the record.
Okay. I guess that's a question for staff. Can we amend the meeting notes to reflect the meeting that Commissioner Williams was not present?
Through the chair, that should be noted in the minutes.
Okay.
And Commissioner Williams, when she votes on the consent calendar, may state that she abstains from the meeting minutes for that meeting.
Great. Commissioner Ebnetter, do you have
I would
something
just
to
like
pull?
to make a brief comment on item number 2 for the Bridgepoint, the Bridgepoint item.
Through the chair, are you taking that item off of the consent calendar then?
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll have public comment on it as well.
Sure.
Okay.
My concern with the recommendation is the possible loss of housing to the city, and it's something that I think should be addressed at a certain level. I know the county has stated that they will keep the option open for building housing there.
Through the chair, sorry, if we're taking that off, we should, off of the consent calendar, we should approve the rest of the consent calendar and then have a normal kind of public
Great.
hearing on that. Yeah.
Can I get a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
And then for the vote, Chair Patel,
Yes.
Vice Chair Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Ebnetter,
Yes.
Commissioner Klafter,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Through the chair?
Yes. Do we need a vote to pull an item from consent?
No.
Okay.
That was on his motion to pull it off consent, so now we should do it as if it were a regular
Great.
business item. Yeah.
So, thank you, Chair Patel. I've got concerns, as I stated, about removing this portion of the city, 6 acres, from the housing element and continuing the current use as a commercial building. And it seems as if it's going in the wrong direction. And I'm a huge proponent and supporter of the County of San Mateo. I think that they do a tremendous amount of great work for us environmentally, in safety conditions, for safety, and for housing. Yet I don't think that this motion benefits the city of San Mateo, and in anywhere equal to it, may have been able to meet some of our housing requirements. It also, to me, seems as if it's a unique situation for the county of San Mateo because they are by far the leading proponent of climate change adaptability, and they demonstrate that through a tremendous amount of great policy and work throughout the county, specifically with One Shoreline. And this is the type of a project that they normally steer people away from, in the sense that it's exposed to liquefaction factors, high water level, storm incursions, and a variety, and actually air contaminants because it's right next to 92. So to me, it's almost like it's against what the county is normally promoting for development, and it sends the wrong message to private developers that to continue using areas that are at high risk of failure is okay. And I don't see this as a win for the city at this point. So thank you for the time. Chair Patel?
Through the chair, now that this has been taken off the consent calendar, we should start with a staff presentation and kind of follow the normal
Great.
business item steps.
Okay, so can we start with the staff presentation?
Sure. So through the chair, Rendell Bustos, senior planner, staff planner for agenda item 2. I don't have a formal presentation. I'll just make some brief remarks and just some background. So the request this evening is for a general plan conformance determination based on the county of San Mateo's request to acquire 1500 to 1510 Fashion Island Boulevard. The county intends to acquire the parcel to use the site as office uses, which is the most recent land use for the site. And they'd be using it for county programs. So as noted in the staff report, staff has evaluated the request and finds that it would conform both with the zoning designation of E1 as well as the general plan land use designation of mixed use high.
Through the chair, if I may add some comments. Good evening, Commissioners. Manira Sandhir, Planning Manager. I would like to note that the county also provided a letter stating the intended use of the site and also that they're open to providing housing at the site in the future. This site is on the city's site inventory, and at this point, the county is not proposing demolishing or rebuilding the site with another use. Therefore, it is consistent with the housing element as well as the city's general plan. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a couple comments.
Yes, actually, can I ask staff, should we go to public comment before we, yes. So are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item? If so, raise your hand on Zoom now or submit a yellow speaking slip if in person.
Chair Patel, we don't have any commenters in person or on Zoom for this specific item.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Williams.
I just wanted to note, it's interesting because a couple years ago, I had a very similar project, and it was a county agency in South Bay, Santa Clara County agency, public agency, and they were buying a property in a city, and that jurisdiction required this exact situation, a public hearing before the planning department to just notify. It really sounds like it's really kind of a Brown Act thing to notify the public that a property is, will be going to a public agency, will be purchased by a public agency, and it's the revenue that loss, I guess, that needs to be, the property tax revenue that needs to be transparent to the city residents. So in our case, that was what we started with, and then they proceeded with so that they can occupy it for administrative uses. So it seems like this is the exact thing, and if the county needs office space of some sort for administrative uses, and they've decided to buy a building, they're not precluding the fact that they may want to do housing there in the future, but at this point in time, it seems that that's what they are looking to use the space for. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Do any other commissioners have comments?
Yeah, through the chair, I just want to note that in terms of what Commissioner Ebneter had mentioned, I think actually having this discussion is maybe not quite what the purpose of this resolution adoption is. It's more just to determine whether it conforms with the general plan. But to talk on Commissioner Ebneter's point, I actually think that in the long term, having the county purchase this property is probably more likely to get a larger amount of affordable housing built on this site than if a private entity were to purchase it and convert it into some sort of private residential development right away. At this point, we can't force a private entity to buy this property and do that. And I think just thinking about your concerns, it seems to me that in the long term, there's a large parking lot, there's a lot of space on this land. The county owning this site is perhaps a more preferable ownership situation for affordable housing development than private ownership.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Thank you for that input, Adam, and staff. Thank you for your input. So I look at it a little differently. I think that there's an opportunity there for a tremendous amount of housing that could be built with density bonus laws that are in place and are continuing to be more aggressive. I also feel that the way that the building is currently is constructed, there is no way to mitigate the onslaught of issues that are going to come its way. And I look at it more of almost as a private investor. I'm not so sure that with the issues of flooding, the high groundwater table, the liquefaction factor, and all what that involves is a good investment for the county. So, I'm not the county managers. And again, I am a huge proponent of San Mateo County. I think they do great work. I just don't think this is the right place for them to be purchasing a piece of property that definitely has a limited lifetime.
Through the chair?
Yes.
When I was looking at this agenda item, I just noted that the county letter mentioned that there was an opportunity to build up to 274 units on the site, and then I was looking at the site inventory list, and I was reminded of the fact that this site was proposed to see a higher base density. I wasn't quite sure exactly where that landed, but it seemed to me it might be able to accommodate as much as double the units, if that's correct. I think I would ask the...
Through the chair, my understanding is that currently in the housing element, the amount of capacity that is outlined is based on the Measure Y heights and density limits, and of course, any changes to that would be subject to voter approval. And council did approve a ballot measure be placed this November before the voters.
Yeah, I should have added that. Yeah, that it was subject to the approval of the ballot measure this fall, and I just want to make sure that that if that passes, that the county knows that they have this opportunity to go beyond that 274 unit number. And it would be great for them to, if that measure is successful, to take a look at that. Because I think it increases the viability of any project that the county might be interested in pursuing on that site, in addition to the continuing of the office use.
Thank you.
One last comment?
Yes,
Chair?
Commissioner Ebneter.
So the way that I look at the housing element and the existing 50 units per acre, we could get 300 units on there as a base, and with 100% bonus, we could get 600 units. if the ballot measure passes in November, you could end up with 798 as a base, or 798 units, and doubling that would be 1596 units. So I don't think this is a small amount of housing that we were setting aside and could not make a significant impact in our struggles to build housing.
Through the chair, just a reminder that the Planning Commission's role here is to make a finding of general plan conformance.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, and that was actually going to be my comment, which is, why is this resolution before us? That was one of the questions I had, and it's actually required by the California Government Code that when a city or county proposes to acquire property within a municipality with an adopted general plan, the Planning Commission is required to make a finding of general plan conformance, which is the issue before us. We do not actually have the ability to approve or reject the purchase of the property. We're just here to determine if the use of the property conforms to the general plan.
I am in agreement with that statement. Thank you.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
I'll second that.
And for the vote, Chair Patel,
Yes.
Vice Chair Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Ebnetter,
Yes.
Commissioner Klafter,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, we have general public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the Planning Commission at this time. State law prevents the Commission from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. Public comment is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to the Commission's discretion and can be extended if the Commission wishes to do so. Ashley, do we have any general public comments this evening?
Chair Patel, yes, we do have one public commenter in person, and if you're on Zoom and want to comment, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, we only have one public commenter right now. David Light, you can come up to the microphone.
Hi, good evening, Planning Commission. My name's David Light, and I just came with a question, which is how long a public sidewalk can be prevented from people walking on it, and this is in regard to 200 South Fremont Street. I live at 600 South Fremont Street, and so I walk my dog up that way all the time, and about a third of the block has a sidewalk, and then there's this abandoned, now about 2-year construction project, which has signs on it. Apparently it's being sold. Nobody knows what's going on with it. So I was just curious. I kept on the sidewalk, and I thought I would see what was there. And I'm used to seeing construction sites with, they construct wooden sidewalks out by the curb so that people can still walk around the construction site, but apparently they didn't do that here. And I looked through the fence, and you can see that they completely have destroyed the sidewalks around here. So somehow they were given permission just to take away the sidewalks, and now even if they took the fences down, there are no sidewalks. I made copies I can give to the commission. But I guess my question is, I have a house, and if I had a bunch of gravel or something, and I thought, well, I'll just put it on the sidewalk in front of my house and block, access to the sidewalk, the city would probably call me up the next day. I mean, you just can't do that, yet somehow these builders and developers how long can they indefinitely remove a sidewalk from pedestrian use? It's been over 2 years. There's no progress, and the sidewalk's gone. So it just, that's really just my question is, is it going to go on 10 years or what? I mean, it's really disruptive. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Looking to staff, is staff able to answer that question at this time?
Through the chair, my understanding is that the building department, along with Public Works, are pursuing enforcement action against the property owner and trying to find some solutions to reinstate the sidewalk and start construction again. But I don't have specifics. So I would encourage the commenter to reach out to me directly, and we will be able to provide more specifics.
Great, thank you. Do we have any more public commenters?
Chair Patel, we have no more public commenters.
Okay, thank you. Then I will go ahead and close the public comment. Our next item on the agenda is 31-57 South B Street, a new 4-story office and commercial building. We will start with a staff presentation, applicant presentation, and then public comments. Members of the public are given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. The applicant may also be given 5 minutes at the end to respond to the public comments. Once the public hearing is closed, the chair may ask staff to respond to any public comments, and the commission will ask clarifying questions, deliberate, and render a decision. Finally, if a decision is made tonight, the decision of the Planning Commission can be appealed to the City Council within 10 calendar days. Can we move forward with the staff presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Patel and members of the Planning Commission. Excuse me. I'm Steve Goldman, Principal Planner and the most recent project planner for this project. I'll provide the staff presentation, which is a proposal for a new 4-story commercial office building at 31 through 57 South B Street. So tonight's presentation will begin with a general project overview, including the history of the project leading up to this meeting, the project location, project description, project entitlements, and other relevant background information. On May 10th, 2022, the Planning Commission held a study session to review a zoning reclassification to the Central Business District, which has since been completed, and conceptual plans for the development of the project. The applicant then filed the formal planning application in November 2022, which included a refined building design, and they also initiated the environmental review process, commencing with technical studies, including the historic and cultural resources, air quality, traffic, noise and vibration, and hazardous materials assessment. On January 1st, 2024, the Civic Arts Commission reviewed 3 potential public art installations proposed on the project and provided recommendations. However, the final public art design, if it's incorporated into the project, would need to be reviewed again and approved by the Civic Arts Commission pursuant to the requirements in the municipal code. So the project is located on the northeast corner of the intersection of First Avenue and South B Street. The project site is not within the historic district, but it's adjacent to the historic district, and the boundary is located to the southeast of the project site, which is shown on the map in orange, in the dashed orange line. The downtown San Mateo Caltrain station is located just to the northeast of the site, and the Main Street and Transit Center garages are also located nearby. This is a photo looking at the project site from the train station to the west over the project site. The project site is 0.32 acres in size. It's comprised of 4 individual parcels, which will be merged as part of the project's entitlements. The existing site consists of 2 buildings. One's about 3,700 square feet, and the other one is 5,600 square feet. There's a surface parking lot, and the uses on the property, the most recent uses were restaurant uses, retail and personal services, including the Donut Delight business at the corner of First Avenue and B Street. There's a separate private alleyway that runs along the east side of the project site and to the building to the north, and it provides sort of the back of house access to the buildings on that entire block. The buildings in the vicinity along South B Street range between 1 to 5 stories in height, and the buildings along Baldwin and First Avenue range between 1 to 4 stories. The project application was deemed complete prior to the adoption of the 2040 general plan. Therefore, the 2030 general plan applies to this project. And as far as zoning, it's in the central business district, which has a 3.0 floor area ratio and a maximum 55 feet in height. And it's also part of the downtown area plan, which requires there's a required retail frontage along First Street. Sorry, make that B Street. Okay, so this slide shows the historic district highlighted in yellow, and also the area which is called the area of potential effect, which is a geographic area which the project might have an effect on historical resources, and that was considered by the architectural historian, and that area of potential effect is in blue. The properties identified as 6 and 7, those pictures, are within the historic district, and they're considered a contributor to the historic district. And the property identified as number 8, it's also in the historic district. It's the Wisdom Building, and it's listed as an individual resource. The buildings identified as 1, 2, and 9, while they're older structures, they don't have any historical resource status. And the project site was also evaluated and not considered historically significant. So diving into the actual project, the project is going to demolish the existing buildings and the parking lot and construct a 4-story commercial and office building with a total floor area of 41,190 square feet, with about 5,000 square feet of ground floor retail or restaurant space and about 36,000 square feet of office space on a portion of the ground floor and all the upper floors. So this is the ground floor plan that shows the floor area that may be divided into multiple tenant spaces. The ground floor also includes a bike room for a total of 18 bicycle parking spaces and supporting facilities, which includes showers and bathrooms. There's also 6 additional bicycle parking spaces, which are considered short-term parking spaces located on the outside of the building abutting the public sidewalk. Other exterior improvements include enhancements to the pedestrian environment, including increased sidewalk widths, improvements to crosswalks with high visibility markings, and 2 ground-level public gathering areas. There's 3 existing street trees that will be preserved, and the project will plant 4 additional street trees. This is showing the elevation of the proposed project with a height of 4 stories and a 54-foot plate line height. The building does have some step backs at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stories, and includes 2 upper terraces at the 3rd and 4th floor. Okay, so as far as the project entitlements for this project, the applicant is seeking approval of a site plan and architectural review for just the building itself. They need an approval of a vesting tentative parcel map to merge the 4 existing parcels into one, and the project approval requires addressing the California Environmental Quality Act, and for this project, a mitigated negative declaration is proposed. There was a number of public input strategies for this project, and those included mailing to all property owners and tenants within 1,000 feet of the project site. There was a notice published in the newspaper. A placard was placed along the project frontage, and the project was publicized in the city's e-newsletter from the planning division. And all of the notices directs the public to the division's What's Happening in Development webpage, which has all the information for the project. Attachment 9 of the agenda report includes all the public comments received by staff before the agenda was published, and there's a variety of different comments. They included concerns of the project's compatibility with historic buildings, the fact that the project is commercial, and the sort of the potential of having housing or mixed use on this site, concerns regarding parking. There's various comments on the building design, both in support and not in support of the project, and then also potential short-term construction impacts. Okay, I'll quickly move on to covering state laws, general plan conformance, and zoning consistency, other local adopted plans, design review, and then environmental review that addressed any of the potential impacts pursuant to CEQA, and also the transportation analysis. So Assembly Bill 2097, it removes the minimum parking requirements from any project that's located within 1/2 of a mile of a major public transit stop. It's right next to the major stop, so you've seen other projects in the city, such as the Nazareth Vista project, and also the 435 East 3rd Street projects that also benefited from this allowance per state law. Also, that law restricts the city from requiring a payment of an in lieu fee. With regards to general plan conformance and zoning, the 2030 land use the general plan 2030 designates the project as a downtown retail core. Those sites are intended to combine a diversity of uses to support the downtown. There is a full list of all the 2030 general plan policies and a discussion of that in the approval resolution, which is attachment 1 of the agenda report. Moving on, the project is within the central business district, and it's subject to all the development standards, which includes but not limited to floor area ratio, building heights, and setbacks, and all those are listed in the project's data table, which is in attachment 4 of the agenda report. And since this project was submitted prior to the city's adoption of objective development standards, those standards do not apply to this project. Here's some additional development standards, including the fact that they are not providing any of the parking, which again is the site is subject to AB 2097. Short-term and long-term parking and open spaces also in conformance with the city standards. So as far as local plans, the project site is in the downtown area plan. The specific area within that area plan is the downtown retail core sub-area, which the plan recommends a concentration of retail shopping and active commercial uses on the ground floor, and it suggests either residential or office uses on the upper floors to support other businesses in the area. With regards to the pedestrian master plan, there's recommended sidewalk widths from 11 to 15 feet. The project does propose widening the sidewalks, not quite as wide. Well, they're widening the sidewalks to the maximum potential that this lot has, because there's also requirements for 0-foot setbacks. So the project has to front the buildings along the property line. Also, the project is installing high visibility crosswalks. As far as the bicycle master plan, it recommends Class 2 buffered bicycle lane on First Avenue and a separated bicycle lane on B Street. And the proposed are similar, Class 2 on First Avenue, and at this time, a shared facility with vehicular traffic is proposed on B Street, and it's a slight alternative to what the bicycle master plan suggests, but it's a result of the B Street pedestrian mall, and the city will be studying this in the future. Okay, so this is the project as it came before the commission May of 2022. The commission at that time was in general support of the project, but provided direction to the applicant. You wanted more uniformity in the exterior materials between the lower and the upper floors. You thought that the design should relate more to the historic buildings in the vicinity, more traditional features and materials. You wanted the applicant to address the blank wall facade of the stairwell on the east elevation, and many of the commissioners were not in support of the canopy design, and you suggested that the column should be enlarged to match the building scale. We also obtained an independent design review from Canon Design Associates, which also made several suggestions for improving the exterior design. And so this is the proposed design now, and it's gone through a bit of redesign. It's proposing a more transitional style by incorporating a mix of traditional and contemporary architectural elements. These include the brick siding material with metal paneling accents, and they eliminated other more contemporary exterior cladding material that was previously proposed. I'll probably sort of defer to the applicant who will present a lot of the architectural design of the building as it's changed from the initial conceptual plans. Sorry, this is stuck. There it goes. Okay, as far as the public art, the stairwell on the stairwell tower on the east elevation has been updated to show the potential public art, or the alternative design would be window glazing if the art is not installed. You might recall that was a blank wall, and so now they've proposed glazing or art. The proposed public art is just one option to satisfy the city's public art requirement, and the final decision whether to install or not is with the applicant and the Civic Arts Commission. So the Planning Commission should consider the building design without the public art and determine if you can make the approval findings for the design of the building, again, without the public art. And the applicant is going to present more on the public art proposals. As far as environmental review, there was an initial study that was completed, and a mitigated negative declaration has been prepared for the CEQA portion of the project. Here's a list of potential impacts that were addressed. And the initial study concluded that the project would not have significant effects to the environment, with implementation of appropriate mitigation measures to address all these potential impacts. And those mitigation measures have been incorporated as conditions of approval, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, or MMRP, will be adopted as part of the project's approval. Okay, transportation analysis. Vehicle miles traveled was assessed as part of the environmental review. And the project, the result of the assessment found that the project meets the screening criteria because it's within the half-mile distance of the Caltrain station, so that screened it out of further review for VMT. There was also a TIA, a Transportation Impact Analysis, that analyzed the project's level of service, or LOS, and found that although the project does result in net new AM and PM peak hour trips, as well as an increase to the average daily trips, the project does not result in any adverse impacts to level of service. There was also a transportation demand management plan completed for the project. This is a requirement based on the CCAG policy, which requires a minimum 25% trip reduction. The applicant actually is proposing 29% trip reduction, and you can see a list of those trip reduction strategies listed here. Just wanted to let you know that there were additional public comments that were received by staff after publication. There were a total of 15 comments that have been received. They include overall support for the project. There was some concerns with the lack of housing for the proposed project. And we should advise you that there was a lot of comments that were in support of the proposed project, and the fact that it had proposed housing. This project doesn't have any housing, so I just want to make that clear. The applicant does have another project in the application process that does have housing. It's being reviewed totally independent from this project, and any of the commercial linkage fee that would be paid on this project or collected on this project, it's not committed to any other project, and so just want to make that clear. Also, we did post an addendum, which was a response to the comments received on the environmental documents. So just want to make you aware that we did respond to all those comments, and we didn't find that additional analysis would be required. So with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to approve the project's site plan and architecture review, the vesting tentative map, to merge the 4 parcels into one parcel based on the findings for approval and subject to the conditions of approval, and also adopt the mitigated negative declaration and find significant environmental impacts of the project would be reduced to a less than significant level with the implementation of mitigation measures. And with that, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we have the applicant presentation next?
Is this on? Perfect. Well, thank you, Planning Commission. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our First and B project tonight. My name is Preston O'Connell. I'm a partner at Harvest Properties. We're a big stakeholder in the downtown. We have a few projects down here. We've been an owner in the downtown for a long time, and so it's really important for us to really be thoughtful about any project we put forward, because we really want to be a community partner long term. And so for this particular project, one of the things that we thought was an incredible opportunity is obviously its proximity to transit, and it sets the tone of people coming off of Caltrain. We thought it could be a great opportunity to be a way to showcase how you could come into the downtown and really activate the retail, activate the public open spaces, and really serve as that connective tissue into this historic Beach Street corridor. But we're also working on other projects that are in the downtown that will really address some of the other broader policy goals around creating affordable housing and really activating retail. And so we're trying to have our kind of portfolio of projects really address a lot of the things that are trying to be accomplished in the community's new general plan. So one of the things that we've heard along the way, we've had a lot of community engagement. We wanted to distill those down into a couple of key themes. And so one of the things that we heard is it's important to integrate into the surrounding community and make sure the architecture really harmonizes with the historic district, even though we're not in it, we're next to it and we influence it. As I said, we're hoping to be that connective tissue coming off of Caltrain, and we want to activate that corridor with great art, retail, public open spaces, and we think that's a really unique opportunity in this location. And then one of the other things we think is important that also is talked a lot about in the new general plan is there's contemplated to be 15,000 new jobs, and so we really want to concentrate that around the infrastructure that really supports it, both from mass transit, but also people that can bike downtown and patronize the retail that's there. So we think all of those goals can be accomplished here. Here's a little bit of a cheat sheet from the last time we were in front of you about 2 years ago, and not going to go through the whole matrix, obviously, but wanted to just touch on a couple of key themes that we heard and we wanted to address as we went back to retool our project. And so one of those things, again, was migrating the architecture to more of a historic reference to surround and harmonize with the neighborhood around us. Again, great opportunity for public art. How do we make the public spaces great? Have retail that really integrates with those public spaces so it can be a great gathering point in the community. And one of the things that was obviously brought up is there an opportunity to do housing here? So I think we've got all of those. I think we're going to try and address the housing in a different way, just given the scale of the site. It's really, really small. So we're trying to have it do a couple of things really well and not try and boil the ocean and dilute the overall project. So a logical question today's world is why do office and why do office here? What we found is that in the kind of post-COVID world, the spaces that people are really looking for are spaces like this project where they're near transit. They have been built with the idea of bringing people in the office and collaborating. It's near retail. And so projects that have been built with that type of orientation have actually done pretty well. They've seen net absorption over even through COVID and past COVID. The buildings that have really struggled are the things in locations that don't have those kind of qualities, and there's no way to really change those to address them. So as you can see here, if you look across the country, about 30% of the office inventory holds about 90% of the vacancy. And that's largely in buildings that were built from like the 1950s to the 1980s. A lot of them sit, really far from public transportation. And so we think that San Mateo has done a really great job in their general plan of kind of thinking about how to create housing opportunities where they're not there today. And that's on these kind of functionally obsolete office projects, as we were talking about earlier, with Bridgepoint and other locations like that. So we think that there's a unique opportunity to build relevant office in a location that makes sense and use that as a tool to pull those tenancies kind of into the downtown where it makes sense, and then free up those locations to actually produce larger housing opportunities. And we're actually doing that in this community real time. We were one of the first groups to actually go buy an old office campus up in Peninsula. We call it Peninsula Heights off of Campus Drive. And we actually took 250,000 feet of office away and brought in entry-level for-sale housing. We think there's a lot of different ways of doing that around the community, and this acts as a tool to do that. So getting back to more specifics on the project, there's a lot of different ways of which you arrive at this project, coming off of Caltrain, coming down the historic B Street corridor, coming down First Ave. And so one of the things that we want to do is make sure that kind of from all sides, the building was very relevant to the community. And so really focused on creating those wider public open spaces. I'll show you some visuals in a moment, but we've made them almost 160% wider. And that really opens up the opportunity for creating seating, great landscaping, furnishing zones for retailers, and really kind of activating the public space. And then a great kind of corner plaza that can act as an anchor point or a beacon off of the historic B Street corridor. This gives you some of the challenges that the site faces today, we think. So as you get off of Caltrain, kind of looking at the upper right corner, you're kind of presented with this CMU wall. Not exactly the arrival sequence that you would want coming off of Caltrain. It also creates a visual block to the historic B Street corridor. And so there's really kind of no connective tissue there. So we think that's something that we're hoping to address and resolve. And then as you actually come up First Street, there's really no retail engagement on the First Street corridor. It really doesn't kind of happen until the corner of First and B. So we think there's an opportunity to address that. And then once you kind of turn on to the B Street corridor, it's interrupted by a parking aisle. There's no landscaping that's there today. It's a little rough. So we think we can revise that in a way that feels a lot more approachable to the community. Just touching on a couple of architectural things that we heard that we really need to go back and address. One is we had this, what we thought was a neat idea to harmonize the new with the old. I think the feedback was that's a novel idea, but just not here. You're just too close to the historic district. And so we really wanted to be thoughtful in that. And so we went back and took a hard look at that. The cornice felt a little out of scale. And as mentioned earlier, the canopy overhang. So those are just a couple of things outside the public spaces of making sure those are really great that we needed to go back and address. So here's what we landed after a lot of iterating with staff and the community. And I think a couple of the key things to really focus on is it's obviously moved to more of a turn of the century kind of brick warehouse design aesthetic where you have these kind of great punch sash windows. You have brick detailing all the way from the base all the way up to the top. So there's kind of a strong base, middle, top design approach to it. There's terraces at each level. There's a lot of detailing with the brick. We want to make sure that it harmonizes with the historic district around us. And so we're kind of trying to make sure that it doesn't look like a copy of some of our neighbors, but it feels thoughtful and intentional. A lot of the retail, which I'll point to in a moment, we really tried to individualize those retail bays to make sure they're very kind of charming and approachable. The framework of the building itself, we really wanted to have that emulate what goes down the historic B Street corridor because we are so approximate to it. So you see kind of right on our B Street condition, it has that 1 to 2 story framework similar to the buildings on either side of us. But then the massing is really being kind of pushed back and softened by that terrace landscaping. This is a little bit of a close-up of the retail that we're hoping to achieve. So again, kind of very individualized bays that don't feel homogeneous. They have their own character, identity. We've really tried to detail the brick that surrounds them. And so we think that retail in conjunction with the wider sidewalks, with the furnishing zone, the high quality materials, the landscaping, we all aggregate that, the high visibility crosswalk, and then that great kind of corner plaza condition. It'll be a really wonderful gathering point for people in the community. So this is not something we do on every project, but we got excited. And so this is a short little video. It doesn't have audio, so just pick your own jazzy music, and it should be about 25, 30 seconds. And so what I'll point out here is you can kind of see of how this building could kind of live in the daily life of the average San Matean, the great retail that could be there, the streetscapes, the public space, the landscaping, and then for hopefully the users that are in the building also having breakout areas where they could sit, have that be well landscaped, have good shading, and so that the building is not being introverted, it's really being extroverted and how it can engage with the public. And one of the things that we've stayed committed to is using mass timber here, which is one of the more sustainable building medians that hasn't been done a lot in our region, but has been done a lot globally, and we think could be a really unique differentiator here in the downtown. And what's nice about it is the building material is so warm when you walk in there. It doesn't feel kind of sterile and cold like concrete steel can feel sometimes, and is also much better for the environment. So if we could push to the next slide. Thank you. Just kind of talking about some of the other elevations on the building. We almost have 2 front doors here. So we have the more traditional front door on B Street, but then you have the front door that almost comes off of Caltrain. And so we worked hard with staff and the community to make sure that those elevations, if you remember from where we started, this is kind of our back of house, but it is a front door to Caltrain. And so we've removed that blank wall. We've provided a lot more detailing, both on the glazing and the brick that we've put in there and the cornice. And so we've really tried to make it feel very inviting, very thoughtful. It doesn't feel like the back of house. There is, as you can see, we've removed that CMU wall. So there is that visual corridor that kind of ties you to the landscaping and the retail that would come all the way down first as you get to the corner of B. And then one of the things that we're hoping to do is keep the conversation going with the public art to see if we can land with, and I'll skip forward to that. As you can see, I have a statement here for folks that are coming off of, again, Caltrain, where it'd be highly visible. The Arts Commission was very uniform in its decision that this is probably the right place for it, if anywhere on the building. The ideas for it be kind of put forward 3 different design ideas: sculpture, mural, or mosaic tile. where they kind of honed in on mosaic tile or a mural. And so you can see on the right there, there's some different artist ideas and representative imagery that has been done successfully around the country that we could bring over here. And that's part of the discussion and hoping to land in a spot that works for all stakeholders, where that could be a great statement piece on the building here that would be a much better invitation for people coming into San Mateo. And so this is what a mural concepts could look like. And so we're very excited to keep that conversation going. So in conclusion, I think what the project can do is really meet the goals around bringing people around transcend the downtown, having an office that helps patronize the small businesses that surround us in the historic retail corridor, have great public spaces that are much more landscape program, thoughtful, a gathering place. And this project would also generate some pretty strong affordable housing fees that could be leveraged for projects as a case study like our bespoke project that we're doing with the city. When you leverage those funds using other kind of federal and state agency financing, can generate a lot more units in a purpose-built project than trying to shoehorn them into a very small project like that. So we're very excited, look forward to your feedback, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have public comment on this item. Members of the public wishing to speak should submit a yellow speaker slip if in person or raise their hand on Zoom. Ashley, do we have any public commenters?
Yes, we currently have 5 public commenters in person, and we have a few on Zoom, but I'm going to give it a moment for anybody else to raise their hand. Chair Patel, we have 9 public commenters in total, and we're going to start with our in-person speakers. So, Osvaldo, you can come up to the microphone at this time.
And Ashley, will that be 3 minutes per speaker?
Yes, 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners and members of the community. My name is Osvaldo Segueda. I'm from the Carpenters Local 217, which represents the city and the county of San Mateo. I'm here to highlight an exciting opportunity that promises to enhance our community with the project 2157 South B Street. This project has the potential to put hardworking men and women to work that live in the community. By hiring a responsible contractor that does the right thing by paying a livable wage with area standards wages, providing health care, and hiring from accredited apprenticeship program. By hiring a responsible contractor, this ensures men and women will not be exploited by low wages and no health care. It means work for individuals with the valuable skills, empowering them to build careers right here at home. I urge this body to ensure that a responsible contractor is selected and will ask of the developer who they are planning to using as a contractor for clarity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom Traer, followed by John Medina.
Thank you so much for your time tonight, Commissioners. My name is Tom Traer. I represent Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I've been a lifelong resident of San Mateo County. I'm very familiar with B Street. I grew up a precocious youth skateboarding up and down B Street. And projects like this do bring a huge opportunity to put local families to work. There are several advantages to having a union labor workforce doing these projects, namely area standard wages, healthcare, and the apprenticeship programs. The apprenticeship offered through many of the local trades offered me to not only work in this community, but live in this community. This is very, very important, and this is an opportunity to help ensure that local families can actually get the work that'll provide them the sustainable wages to allow them to stay in these communities. We've had several conversations with Harvest Properties, and we look forward to continuing some of those conversations, and we do hope that this commission will help encourage not only Harvest Properties, but other developers to look at high road contractors to bring in good, sustainable work for local families. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Medina, followed by David Light.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. Thank you. Congratulations on your first meeting, by the way. And thank you for stepping up for the community. I'm John Medina. I'm a sprinkler fitter, business agent with Sprinkler Fitters Local 483. I'm also an executive board member at the San Mateo Building Trades Council. I live in San Mateo, District 3, near Bay Meadows, which was a good, successful development. And thank you for everybody who participated in that, including developers that sought out a PLA on that project. It's been a great development, and my family and my dog and my kids, we utilize that property quite often. So point of privilege there to say that. My reason for being here tonight is also about the South B Street project. I help represent a lot of the working families like the two members before me. Unfortunately, to many of them, our members are struggling to find gainful employment, sustainable wages, secure housing, and health care in the city of San Mateo and also in this county. I and other trades representatives have been conversating with Harvest Properties and other developers in this community in hopes that they'll be looking to use area standard wages, hire local residents and apprentices from a state-approved program from this project and the other projects proposed by Harvest and with Prometheus. I encourage you to ask developers, especially our local developers, and all developers proposing to build in this city, what their intentions do they have to ensure the needs of the working families and the San Mateo residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Light, followed by Lori Watanuki.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is David Light. That's figure one. And these comments I'd like to add to the 3157 North B Street proposal with respect to the air quality and health risk assessment and in the mitigated negative declaration that was prepared by the Ramble consultant. First, though I don't pretend to understand all the technical aspects of this study, it appears that the declaration is kind of incomplete and gives kind of a mixed message to me, at least. The air quality and health risk assessment covered by the First and B Street also mentions other two projects, which is the 435 East 3rd and Block 21, and all three will be under construction simultaneously. And in the text of the report, they claim that even if they consider all three projects, that the cumulative impact of pollutants and dust will be below the threshold that is considered safe. However, the report does not provide any data about their calculations to show if this cumulative impact is close to the threshold, just below the threshold, or well below it. And this is important because, as we know, several other projects have also been approved or started and paused. So if interest rates drop, for example, there could be several other projects under construction at the same time as these projects, and that would greatly increase the dust and pollution. So we're just concerned about the cumulative construction impacts of these three projects on the residents in the 6 daycare centers on the east side of the Caltrain tracks. And are there any plans to stagger the work on these projects? And secondly, in figure 1, which I just provided, they show the toxic waste hauling route that goes, it's this green line here, and they're showing it going from South Delaware to 3rd Avenue. And the question is, it goes to 1st Avenue and then to South Delaware and to 3rd Avenue. And why has it been preordained to funnel all of the truckloads through our neighborhoods? This project is in the downtown on the west side of the railroad tracks, and it would make much more sense for the trucks to take commercial streets to El Camino Real and then to Highway 92 or to Highway 101 to reduce the impacts on our equity priority neighborhoods. How many truck trips can we expect from all three projects? For the first and B, it's showing 550 just for this project alone, and the other two projects are much larger. So the total number of trucks will be enormous. So we're just concerned about the dust, the diesel particulates, the truck vibrations, and truck noise if more projects begin construction. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Lori Watanuki, followed by Ali Sapperman on Zoom.
Good evening, Chair Patel and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Lori Watanuki, and I would like to add comments to 3157 South B Street. This building is across the street from the historic district on the west side and on the southeast side, and the building mass is much larger, and the style is much more contemporary. In viewing the new plans, we'd like to see some modifications, such as solid guardrails instead of the glass guardrails on the third and fourth levels to better blend into the historic district. It was helpful to see the Canon Design Group comments. Page 16 included terracotta and cast stone decorative details on the brick, which could add some additional traditional elements. Page 2 and 3 show the frontage of the historic buildings on B Street, and there are some arched windows and some arched entries in these examples. Is there any way to soften the look of the building? We'd like to see the interior lighting on timers and motion detectors at night so the residents will not be impacted after 10 p.m. The geotechnical report stated potential liquefaction, undocumented fill, and other soil conditions on the site. These surrounding historic buildings were built between 1890 and 1939, and some of these older buildings have basements. We hope that the surrounding historic buildings will survive the construction vibration impacts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Ali Saberman. And you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, my name's Ali Sakerman. I'm calling on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, a member-supported nonprofit that advocates for housing at all income levels in order to alleviate our state's housing shortage, affordability, and displacement crisis. Our committee had the opportunity to review this project, and we are very proud to endorse, mainly because of the project's commercial support for affordable housing. The project will provide $1.2 million in linkage fees for affordable housing in tandem with partnering with Bespoke, which will provide 100% affordable housing in the area. Our committee was also really excited to see the collaborative efforts that the project team has made to work with the city and the community to build a project that will help foster a more vibrant, communal, and transit-oriented neighborhood. This was extended through the project's decision for zero on-site parking, which promotes the utilization of other modes of transit. To support this, the project will provide 24 bike parking spots and preferential short-term parking for carpools while participating in San Mateo's local TMA and commute.org carpool and van program. And finally, in terms of environmental sustainability, the project is targeting the use of mass timber construction in lieu of the more typical, less environmentally friendly concrete or steel. The project also includes roof solar and is targeting LEED Gold certification. Overall, our committee was pleased to support this project with its commitment to creating more dense and affordable homes and environmental sustainability. First and B Street is a great example of a commercial project that supports affordable housing development and aims to address our state's housing crisis. Thank you so much. Please move this project forward without any delays.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Dan M., followed by Cameron Palmer. Dan, you can go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you so much to everyone here and the applicant and the commission as well. You know, we think about the downtown San Mateo corridor, growing up here, living here now with my 3 kids. There's a lot left to be desired. And I think you look at like the Trags project and what that's done to that corner with the new restaurants coming in. This is a really welcome change for this part of the downtown. That's kind of the tip of the spear for our downtown. And that CLT construction, the renderings look so beautiful and warm. You know, I know Reposado's coming to Trags, as well as some other really great retailers to that site. I'm excited to see what the future holds with this beautiful building with, I think will be the first of its kind in our area, this mass timber. It'll be a sight to see, and I just think you're gonna get a lot of love from the retailers in the community as well. I'm absolutely for it. I really appreciate all the time that you guys are spending on this. The design looks great. I'm thankful and happy to be a San Matean. Thank you guys.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Cameron Palmer, followed by our last speaker, Matt Cochran. Cameron, you can go ahead and unmute.
Okay, I think I'm good to go now. Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Cameron Palmer. I've lived in San Mateo since 1999, so 25 years now. And I grew up, as other speakers have as well, but grew up going to B Street, going to this area, going to Jeffries across the street, going to this Donut Delight, and then later in life taking the train to and from school and for work. And I think, you know, I've always loved Donut Delight for different reasons, but I do think it could be something different and a little bit of a better welcome for our beautiful downtown than what's there currently. So I'm excited for the current design that Harvest and Prometheus put forward. I think the Prometheus project at Trags, while I was sad to see Trags go, it's a wonderful, you know, invigoration of our downtown at that end. And so, I'm excited at the continuous, thoughtful evolution of our downtown. And I think housing is great and very, very, very important, but not all projects can be housing. And I think this is a nice little boutique building at the corner there that welcomes and provides a nice upgrade coming off of the Caltrain station. So I just want to throw my support behind the project. Thank you all for your time tonight, and hopefully this project gets approved.
Thank you for your comment.
Our last speaker is Matt Cochran. Matt, you can go ahead and unmute. Just sounded like sound static, so I just muted, but I can go ahead and unmute again and see.
Can you hear me?
Matt, can you go ahead and speak into the microphone? Okay, we don't have any more speakers.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who gave a public comment. Would the applicant like 5 minutes to respond to any of the public comments?
So we'll do our best to address them kind of in order. So I think speaking to working with the unions, you know, Harvest has been a long-term partner with the unions. We've used them on the majority of our projects. On this particular project, we've already started down that path of working with the union GC on pre-con, and obviously if the project gets approved and we move forward to permitting, they'll take on more and more. We'll work more and more together as we work down that process. But I think we're off to a good start already. I think on the CEQA-related items, the city's a lead agency on CEQA, and so I think I'll really push those answers to the city to respond to. I think things like truck trip routes, we're willing to be flexible, and if there's a better way of doing it, we're certainly open to that. But we'll let the city respond kind of in detail as needed. And then I think on the architectural design, I think we've gotten a lot of great feedback from the community. We've done our best to find common themes that we've integrated into the building, and so I think a lot of that has been addressed, and obviously welcome the Planning Commission's feedback there. But we've worked really, really hard over almost 3 years now to land in it, hopefully a great spot. And I know there are varying opinions, but I think the majority of folks have really appreciated where it's moved to, and we've worked really hard to get there. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. For the staff, I think there were a few questions that I'm wondering if staff might be able to respond to. One public commenter asked about potentially other construction projects that may happen at the same time, and if there are any plans to require that construction be staggered.
Sorry, can you repeat the second part?
One public commenter asked if the city is planning to stagger construction of not just the 3 projects I believe mentioned in the declaration, but also potential other projects that may be happening at the same time.
Through the chair, maybe I'll address the second part of your question first, and then we can address general construction management. So typically when a project comes before the city after entitlement as part of building permit issuance and plan check review, they are required to provide construction management plans. And at that time, our public works team just does look at whether construction's overlapping or construction phasing. It is very hard to predict construction schedules, and things do change. So that's our mechanism to checking how construction overlaps with each other. And then I'll turn it back to Steve on the first part of your question about the projects.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the projects in the vicinity, I believe there's the 2 other projects within 1,000-foot radius. So it's limited to those projects. And just to reiterate Minera's comments, the city doesn't have much control once we approve the project. The developer is on sort of their timeline. There's limitations as far as when the project is approved, we have design review approved, and there's expiration dates for that as well as building permits. But once those are completed, it's more or less the timing aspect is kind of out of our control.
Okay, thank you. And I think there was also a question about truck routes. Is that something that's addressed during those construction plans that you mentioned?
Yes, that is correct. The city already identifies the truck routes, and we also have construction limitations, like time of construction. It has to follow the city ordinances. And yes, I believe the Public Works Department looks at those truck routes and can update them as needed.
Okay, great. I think those were the 2 questions for staff that I noted in the public comments. So I think we can move on to clarifying questions from the commission. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any clarifying questions? Actually, Commissioner Williams, would you like to go first since you are our remote participant tonight?
Sure, that's no problem. I have a couple questions, but one of them I sort of know the answer already, but I'll just go ahead and it's probably more of a comment, but kind of confirmation. So there's no parking required here, and there wasn't really any questions about that anyway. But I just look at this and I see that it would be really difficult in the kind of narrow footprint to create any below grade parking. I mean, you'd have handicapped accessible parking to fit in, electric vehicle charging stations, which aren't really parking spaces anyway, path of travel, and ramps to the parking. So I was just I guess it was just sort of a confirmation question. Would it even be feasible if it was required? So part of me just kind of wanted to confirm that. I guess that's for the applicant.
I mean, through the chair, that's not something that staff looked at necessarily. So as far as feasibility, that'd be a question for the developer more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Williams, I think you're asking just for confirmation that parking is not required at this site. Is that correct?
No, I was asking for confirmation that it's not even really feasible.
Oh, it's not feasible. Okay, I think that would be a question for the applicant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a great question. We looked at that early on. We also studied looking at public parking that's available in the area, and what we found is there's quite a bit of it between different public garages. They're pretty underutilized, so felt a little redundant to be adding parking. Additionally, you got it exactly right on a third of an acre site to get a garage entrance that would allow you to circulate down into the garage below grade. You wouldn't actually get that much parking below grade because all of it would just be the infrastructure to get there, and then there wouldn't be a lot of it. And then the public wayfinding to it is challenging. And then when you think about some of the other goals in the city's design guidelines, you're going to have a garage, a 26-foot wide opening that's going to put kind of a cavern along First Street or something like that. So it's going to go opposite of the goals of creating more retail vibrancy and connectivity. And so it just felt like it was moving kind of in the opposite direction of a lot of the other policy goals. So and financially, it would have been pretty infeasible for a project of this scale.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I understand it's sort of a moot point, but I just thought that it was worth, kind of exploring that, how little parking you really get it there anyway. Okay, and then, let's see, I guess the sidewalk requirements were clarified. I had a couple, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think everything else has been kind of answered, so thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions?
I do not.
Great. Commissioner Nutter, no. Commissioner Clafter? No. I have a couple of questions. So I have one question for staff. I was looking at the data sheet again, and I noticed, let me see if I can confirm what page this is on. It is the bottom of the second page of the data sheet under second floor offices. It says, offices permitted on second floor only if ground floor is occupied by one of the permitted uses in required retail. The word occupied, does that imply that the office space cannot be leased or occupied unless the ground floor retail is leased and occupied?
I would have to open up the municipal code to get the specific wording for that.
Through the chair, I think we'll take a couple of minutes to look
Okay,
into
sure.
that. If you have other
No
questions,
worries, I do.
We can try and address those.
Yes. I had a question about, is the commercial linkage fee from this project committed to the Bespoke project in light of all of the comments that we got on that topic, but staff clarified in the presentation, no, it's not. The commercial linkage fee is not committed to a specific project. I have some questions about that wall between the alley and the Caltrain station. I think my first question is probably for staff, which is, it looks like part of that wall is now being removed as the project is moving forward to increase the sight lines from the Caltrain station to B Street. Is that wall required by our municipal code? Or is there some reason there must be a wall between the private alley and then the street parking that is next to the alley?
I'm not aware of any such requirement, Chair Patel. We'll have to look into that. My understanding is that wall may be within the public right-of-way, but I'm not aware of any such requirement that the wall has to remain.
Okay, so is the purpose of that wall just purely aesthetic to block view of the back of house and the alley? Okay, got it. And then I had asked this previously to staff, but knowing that that wall is in the public right-of-way, I think it might be city property. Is there an opportunity to leverage that wall as a canvas for public art? And it sounds like that is a question that may be better directed to the Civic Arts Committee. Just wanted to confirm that that is something that could be brought up in that forum.
That would be my understanding, since if the Civic Arts Committee decides to use the in lieu fees acquired through the Public Arts Program towards that wall, that would be a decision that the Civic Arts Committee would have to make.
Okay, great, thank you. I have one question for the applicant, if you don't mind, which is that it was mentioned in the applicant's presentation that there is 1.2 million in commercial linkage fees that are being paid towards affordable housing, and that this translates to 10 to 20 affordable housing units. I was wondering if you could explain how 1.2 million in commercial linkage fees could result in 10 to 20 affordable housing units, knowing that presently the cost of a single affordable housing unit is about $1 million in the Bay Area.
Through the chair, I just wanted to chime in and say that commercial linkage fee is likely from our master fee schedule, and it's a payment, like a flat fee payment.
Yes.
So I'm not sure that, is there the city would, that would go into the city's coffers for affordable housing, and I'm not sure what the applicant's role in deciding spending of that is? Or?
Sure. I was curious because in the applicant's presentation, it says that the 1.2 million translates to 10 to 20 affordable housing units, and I'm just curious about that statement.
I'm happy to answer it so I think where that came from is we're working through the bespoke project right now, which that's all public information, and I think using that as a case study or a guideline, you're absolutely right. Producing affordable housing can cost anywhere from $650 to $1 million, depending on the typology of housing that you're producing. And so what we found, just using that as a real-time case study, because there's good data around it, is that 10 units, let's just say, or 10 units would be $6 to $7, $8 million, that when the city is able to go and take their funds and match them with county funds and match them with state funds and match them with the federal tax credit, when you aggregate all of those dollars, which every purpose-built affordable housing project does, that the city's injection of funds is usually about 10, maybe 15% of that capital stack, and the other 85% is coming from federal and regional sources. And so the city can stretch their dollars a very long way when you have purpose-built projects that qualify for all of that criteria. And so when the city gets $1 million, they can leverage it 8 or 9 or 10 to 1, and so that allows them to go get a lot of units with those dollars. And so that's why I put a pretty big range in there, because to your point, construction costs vary quite a bit, how much funding you're going to get from those agencies. But using that as a case study, that's kind of what we've seen recently. And that's not just typical to that project, that's pretty typical of others. And maybe the range is a little off, but the point is it can make a pretty big impact for a small project.
That was a very helpful explanation, thank you. I think what you're saying is the payment of the fee into this pool, because of how that fee can be leveraged to secure additional funding, would result in a higher number of units at a dedicated site than could be provided on this site.
That's a perfect way of putting it.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was helpful.
And through the chair, to answer your previous question, staff was looking through the various codes. I believe that the intent of, there's some layering of zoning code. It's in the CBD, the Central Business District. It's also in the downtown area plan with those different layerings. I think the intent is that you can't have office on the first floor. It's intended for office to be on a floor above the ground floor. And you could have a retail, that space devoted to retail at any time. It could be vacant, and I think that would still satisfy the requirements for a permitted use of office on the above floors.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure how the word occupied was being used in the context of that statement.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. One more check with my fellow commissioners. Do you have a comment or question now?
Through the chair.
Yes.
And this would be for staff. Thank you for your presentation. So this project needs to, in some form, affirmatively further fair housing. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I don't believe it does. It's a non-residential project, and you're bringing up language that the housing element needs to achieve that goal, but not individual projects.
Okay, so the commercial linkage fee is used for low-cost housing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, right. So I thought that was possibly how a commercial project helps with affirmatively furthering fair housing. And if it's not, that's fine. I was just curious.
Through the chair, it would help the city for production of affordable housing, but the AFFH is other, it gets into other elements of the housing element, but it would provide affordable housing through that fee.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are those all the questions? Yes. Staff, could we take a, let's say, 10-minute break? Okay, thank you. We'll come back in 10 minutes for the deliberation. Okay, let's go ahead and resume the meeting. Do we have Commissioner Williams on the line? Great.
Yeah.
Through the chair, if
Yes.
I may interject, Manira Sandhi, Planning Manager. Again, I wanted to flag that there is a project-specific condition that staff is recommending for this project. It's tied to the applicant making a good faith effort to install public art on that eastern facade facing the train station. However, there is a second part of that condition which talks about the design if the public art is not installed, and that the stairwell behind the windows has to be painted so that it reduces the visibility. However, that the way that second part of that condition, it's condition 65, is worded. It's very prescriptive at the moment. So we originally thought that that stairwell wall can match the window mullions. However, in conversation with the applicant and looking at some renderings that they recently provided, we are recommending some slight modifications to that condition, and I'm hoping Steve can pull that up in the screen to just share that with you as part of staff recommendation.
Perfect. So when it came time to make a motion, we would just note this modification to condition 65, correct?
That is correct. And I also want to confirm that the applicant has stated that they are in agreement with this revised language.
Great. Okay, thank you. Okay. For deliberations, Commissioner Williams, would you like to give your comments first?
Sure, I can go ahead and do that. I wanted to note first that I did have a meeting with the applicant and they provided a brief overview of the submittal. And I also want to start by saying thank you to staff and to the applicant's team for the presentation. I really appreciate all the hard work that has gone into this project. And all the various steps that are involved, including the zoning reclassification that came before the Planning Commission in 2022. I know that you've responded to really public comments and Planning Commission comments, design review comments from the third-party reviewer, et cetera. So, and I also wanted to note that just reiterate that I think that the zoning reclassification that was made in 2022, made sense for the property at this location and the size of the site and all the specific constraints that are on this property. So it made sense then, it's been incorporated, and it makes sense now with the transit options and option for services in the immediate vicinity to office workers in this future building. So given all that, I wanted to say that this project really appeals to me for several reasons. I appreciate all the work and the revisions, and I think it's a good infill project for this area of downtown, and it coordinates nicely with some of the other buildings, such as I think it's Brookline. Do I have the name right? Where Travis was, and I think that it coordinates nicely with the historic buildings in the area, and it's still has a little bit of a contemporary feel. The block just to the south, of course, has a lot of architectural and historical interest, and this building has been revised appropriately, in my mind, to blend more smoothly with those historic downtown buildings. And while still feeling, modern and changed. I think the blend of the brick and I just went straight into my design contents, but I'll get to some of the other more specific items too. But I thought I'd start off with that. I think the blend of the brick and the textural materials that are noted, and the divided light window systems are reminiscent of, I think it was said a couple of times, that sort of this sort of turn of the century warehouses of an earlier time. So I like that look. I think the brick and the dark mullions works really well. And yet, it's also a modern building with with this tall, high space in the front that's very usable type space, and the some elements of it that I think keep it fresh and current. So I feel that the applicant responded to all the comments in a really productive and a very specific manner. And that was that's much appreciated. I think that the earlier comments about the style, about, the building being a little bit divided into sort of two incongruent styles have been revised and turned into a very attractive building. And although we'd all like to see and to meet our housing needs, this site works really well for the office space that's talked about already. Right in the middle of our property downtown, restaurants and bars and retail, and basically literally next door to the train station. So I can't get much more convenient than that. Let's see. I think that I was reviewing the third-party architectural review design comments from the third-party reviewer, Cannon Associates, and I think in the packet the review comments were on regarding the first. I guess as I understand it was regarding the first design, and then and with keeping in mind the comments that they'd been receiving. So I'm not sure, it wasn't really specific to this now final design. But they had recommended sort of alternative 1 or 2, and I think that alternative 1 was a more traditional design and didn't have, as much large glassy window as the other alternative. So again, it seems that the applicant's taken that into consideration and included that. Let's see, a couple other things I wanted to note. I particularly I liked this previously, and I particularly still like this, the amount of landscape area and open space that are incorporated. I really commend them on that. There's this, really nice space to sort of gather near the train station, but still on these streets. So I can see that becoming a really, vibrant.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Williams, you're going in and out. We can't hear you at the moment.
You can't hear me? Have you heard anything I said?
We can hear some of it. You fade in and out. So I wonder if you could just sit a little bit closer to your microphone and perhaps that would help.
Okay, sorry, and I'll speak up a little bit louder. I'm almost done actually, but I also really appreciate that the trees are being saved and also added to. Let's see, a couple items I would just like to add my 2 cents on is that I think that the amount of bike parking could be even increased. A lot of people take their bikes on the train and then will need to come to this place to work and need more bike parking. So I think the short-term bike parking should be increased as wherever possible. The other item I wanted to comment on is the art installation, but it seems like that's being worked on outside of this venue, and I'd like to encourage the art installation. The mosaic seems like a really great idea. It's visible from the train station. It's visible from the train probably, and also from the pedestrian way from the station. But otherwise, I think the proposed condition of approval makes sense to me. See, a couple of last comments too. I always appreciate the union members that speak to a project before the Planning Commission, and I always really like to encourage the applicants to consider using, union general contractors and subcontractors as per the public speakers that we heard tonight. We did hear from the applicant just now, though, that a union GC is on board already for pre-construction services, and that's really great. I just want to comment that having pre-construction services is a really valuable way to start a project and to give the project sort of the best opportunity for success and feasibility. And not all applicants come to this with having done that kind of pre-con homework. So So, it looks to me like the project is on its way and off to a good start, and I really like it. Those are my comments.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners like to give some comments? Commissioner Nutter?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Thank you, staff and applicant presentations, very clear and concise. I did meet with the applicant and I have been to the site. And, I think we have to look at this project not in a vacuum by itself. I think we need to look at it where we are as a city, where we want to be as a city, and what steps it takes to attain our long-term goals. For the night between 2023 and 2024, when we were concentrating very hard on putting plans together to make sure that we had a balance of jobs and homes in the city and specifically in downtown, we built 274,000 square feet of office space, which would be equal to 2,740 homes would be required, as far as I can tell from information from the city. And when in fact, we built only 122 residences in 2023. This is a beautiful project in a gorgeous location. I think the design is very nice. I think it works. I think it'll be attractive and welcoming. Yet I think that it continues our downward spiral, which is leading to a tremendous amount of environmental problems by having an imbalance of jobs to housing. It's extremely difficult for me to continue to see projects that make this imbalance more acute and put more pressure on people who are paying rent. And the more jobs we have here without creating equal amount of needed housing keeps pressure, extreme pressure on people who struggle daily just to get by, and their basic expense is their rent. What really struck my eye, and it's kind of unsettling that we don't acknowledge some of the impacts that our buildings will have, because we're always finding ways to mitigate the issues. Yet, if you look at the estimated energy use of this proposed development, as it is existing, it uses 83,973 kilowatts of electricity a year. The new building will use 11 times that yearly, over 916,000. Natural gas, the existing use is 53,202 a year. It'll go to 1,514,499 kBTUs a year. And in gas, it's currently registering roughly 11,000 gallons a year, and it'll go to 55,000. And those are numbers that are quite eye-opening to me, and I don't see how those increases in greenhouse gases are acceptable when we're not even looking at getting any type of housing offset for the commercial use. I said it in 2022, and I feel the same today. I don't want to continue to approve commercial spaces that are not offsetting a decent amount of their impacts with related housing. Again, to me, the formula for this project there makes sense, but it's only contributing to our inability to house our people, and that to me is much more important than opening up new office space. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Clafter, would you like to go next?
Sure. So obviously I'm coming into this discussion a little bit later than some other members of the commission. I wasn't here for some of the study sessions and that sort of thing. I did have an opportunity to meet with the applicant and got a presentation roughly equivalent to the one we saw this evening. And I've looked over the materials, and I really just want to give some positive comments. I really do like the design quite a bit. I was kind of looking at it and thinking about how the different sides of the building relate to the different portions of the historic district across the street. The way that the brick elements over the windows on First kind of pay homage to the older structure across the street, which was like a former staple block, I believe. And then if you're on B Street, you've got the symmetry and the sort of step down to the two-story level, which is in keeping with a lot of those buildings. I really think that the applicant did a good job of responding to the design review comments. And I like the fact that the building is using mass timber. I think as an environmental, newer approach. I think it's really exciting to start seeing more mass timber projects popping up. I've seen some in other cities that, like in Portland, Oregon, for instance, they actually can take these things up, 10, 12 plus stories. So there's a lot of potential there. So I think it'll be great to have one downtown that we can see. I really like the fact that this is kind of elevating that site there in relation to the train station. We are going to be getting much better Caltrain service very soon with the completion of electrification, and I think that we're going to want to encourage more people to enter our downtown via that pathway as opposed to taking the freeway or coming down El Camino. I think if we can get people, a greater sense of welcoming in from the train station, that would be great. So the public art opportunity there, I think, is as the Civic Public Art Commission works on that, I think it'd be very exciting to see what they can come up with. And overall, I think the response from the applicant to the various comments in the past seems to have been very well considered. And I also think that the details, just the level of the details that I'm seeing, as a building in its own right, I think even not in response to the other buildings, I'm excited about it. So, yeah.
Thank you. Vice Chair Nugent.
Thank you, through the chair. I do want to agree with Commissioner Williams' comments that she made, and also a number of the other comments that I've heard so far. The changes to this building's design have greatly improved it. I did review the Canon consultant document that was provided in the packet, and it does make me appreciate, looking at the original design that was presented in the study session, what was provided by Canon Design Group, and then what was finally proposed tonight. and the evolution, I think, is a very good evolution. This is going to be the first thing that a lot of people see when they get off the train for San Mateo downtown. I live fairly close to this, and it's one of the two main routes that I take along First to get to downtown. And so I'm very familiar with Donut Delight and the buildings that are there. And well, sentimentally, it'll be sad to say goodbye to Donut Delight as it is now. It's also, I think, a much better presentation for people entering the city and coming into downtown now. And I just want to congratulate the staff, the Canon Design Group, and the applicant in the changes that you made and the feedback that you were able to take from our study session, and then also what the community provided for feedback, and evolving this into something that I think is strong. It's not an exact replica of a traditional design. It's not a 1960s modernist design or even like a 2000s era contemporary design. It's something a little more timeless, and I hope that is something that people will feel 40 years from now. With regard to Commissioner Ebnetter's comments, the jobs and home imbalance in our region and in our city is dire. It is a severe problem, and I do worry about that. I see it every day, even in my neighborhood. It's very apparent. Like when there's not enough places to live, people double up, triple up in the house, and it gets very packed in not enough houses, and you see that throughout the region. And when we build more, places to work than we build places to live, it exacerbates that. However, to me, this is not the forum to litigate that. We need to, as we develop general plans, we develop more specific designations and requirements in our future zoning codes. That's where we can start to address that sort of thing. Because in a sense, I don't feel that we're being asked tonight to say, whether or not we want this building in its uses. It's more a matter of, does it meet the criteria that we have in the 2030 general plan, and does it meet our expectations in design requirements that we've set out and have stated through our typical planning processes for a project. I do think that we had a similar. We had another project come before us not too long ago, which is this self-storage project. And I didn't see the same sort of scrutiny of that project. And I think perhaps because that area probably doesn't feel as ideal for housing. But I think as far as especially the 2030 general plan was concerned, and the site size, this is not a particularly feasible place to put housing at the density that's allowed, with retail below it, just in the type of construction that we can do there. And I also believe that a future downtown vision that has lots of housing should have also places to work and of various types, and not just be a restaurant destination, and not just be, occasional convenience store type destination. It really should be a place that people can live, work, and stay pretty much throughout their whole daily activities. And so allowing office in a place like this is one way to make a sustainable type of urban environment that's walkable and transit oriented. The fact that this is being built now and not enough housing is being built in the general vicinity is not this project's problem. It's a problem that's caused by many things, including some past policies by the city, but also various market forces as well that can be massaged and guided by city policy. But as far as this project is concerned, I wish it had housing. I wish it was feasible to have housing. I don't think that having office space downtown is a bad thing. In fact, I think having office space downtown is a good thing, especially when it opens up older suburban office parks that could be turned into housing, where it's much more feasible to have lower density type of construction that residences just naturally are, because a living space takes up more room than an office space. So having a highly concentrated use like office right next to a mass transit spot is actually rather efficient from a transportation perspective, because a lot of people will work daily in an office building of that sort and would be able to get on and off a train fairly easily, where a suburban office park that this might replace could be more easily transformed into housing. Even if the housing is higher density housing, it's still not going to be the same kind of concentration of people that you would have, that you could get at a transit stop. So, where I come from, it touches me. It's very difficult to say, we're adding more office space on the peninsula, but having a space like this in a site like that isn't to me wouldn't be the hill I would die on for adding more housing within our region. I think that we have to also adjust our overall living style so that more and more people can get out of their cars, and having an office like this is part of that equation. So those are my comments with regard to what I've heard, and also just what I think about the project.
Thank you. I will go ahead and state my comments. First, I want to note that I also met with the applicant prior to this meeting.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that I also met with the applicant last week and basically got a good review of the changes since the study session.
Yes, same for me. And I also took a walk around the site. And so just want to note that for the record. I don't have too much more to add beyond what my fellow commissioners have already said. You have all covered all of the points that I was going to make. I will just reiterate that I think the current design is quite attractive. I think the applicant did a great job of incorporating comments both from the commission and the community. I agree with both of my fellow commissioners' comments on considerations of jobs and housing, and will note that it is helpful and more efficient to have jobs near transit, but we also need housing near transit because we need a way for those people to be able to get to those jobs, to get to the train station on the other end. So it's a whole ecosystem that we have to think about long term and about how we can encourage sustainable development. I don't really have any additional comments beyond what my fellow commissioners have already said. I won't spend additional time repeating your great comments. So do we have any other final comments from my fellow commissioners?
Through the chair, I forgot to mention that, yeah, this is just more of a comment to you as part of the public art committee. And I would be very supportive, just personally, of moving the mural to that CMU wall that is on the public right-of-way along, or I think it's on public property. And I do like the option of the building with the windows without the public art, if that were to change to that wall.
At the risk of saying something that may be incorrect, so I'll look to staff to correct me if I'm wrong. So projects that are above $3 million in value are required to pay 1.2% into a public art fund, or provide equivalent value of public art on the property. And so the thing about that wall is that it's actually in the public right-of-way. It's not on the applicant's property. So the thing that I would like to bring up at the next Civic Arts Committee meeting is whether we can use some of our pooled funds to potentially commission an art piece on that wall in the public right-of-way that would complement the art piece that the applicant is planning to deliver.
Through the chair, just on that same subject of public art, something that I was looking at that proposal on that wall there, and I was thinking actually about on the other side of downtown, we have the Bank of America building there, which I've always admired with that fantastic mosaic mural. And when the possibility of having something equivalent, again, facing this other entrance, the Caltrain station to downtown, I kind of thought there was a nice sort of connection between those two, kind of tying that together, one at one side, one at the other side. So I would like to see something on that wall. I mean, I agree it would be great to see if we can maybe bring whatever is on that wall down onto the CMU wall and kind of tie them together in some way. That might be an interesting thing for the Art Commission and the applicant to work together to consider. But I think having that very visible, several stories high statement there would be a really great addition. And it also, again, it kind of is directing, as people are walking across that parking lot from the train station towards B Street, it's kind of welcoming people in, and I think that's a really great gesture.
Thank you. Staff, could we get the text of the resolution back on the screen?
Oh, that's the...
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution to approve the site plan and architectural review for the construction of a new 4-story office and commercial building at 31 to 57 South B Street, and vesting tentative parcel map to merge 4 lots into 1 lot based on the findings for approval and subject to the conditions of approval, and adopt the mitigated negative declaration and find significant environmental impacts of the project would be reduced to a less than significant level with the implementation of mitigation measures. In addition to the, can I see the proposed modification of condition 65?
I will second that motion.
And for the vote, Chair Patel?
Yes.
Vice Chair Nugent?
Yes.
Commissioner Ebnetter?
No.
Commissioner Klafter?
Yes.
And Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 4-1.
Through the chair, if I may note, this action of the Planning Commission is appealable to the City Council if an appeal is filed with the City Clerk's office within 10 calendar days. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes this item. Next is reports and announcements. Are there any reports and announcements from staff or the city attorney?
Yes, I have a few. So we have some exciting news. We received a letter from the State Housing and Community Development Department today certifying our housing element. So that was really big news and an exciting milestone for us. In other news, at the July 15 City Council meeting, the council recommended that a ballot measure be placed on the November election to amend Measure Y heights and densities. So that's moving forward. The City Council also approved changes to the pre-application and design review processes as recommended by the Planning Commission, and also upheld the Planning Commission's approval of staff's decision on the view appeal on 39th Avenue. So those projects also moved forward. Next month, at the August 19th City Council meeting, we are tentatively lining up a study session to evaluate a requirement for minimum densities in mixed-use projects when there's a residential component, as well as looking at family inclusionary housing, which were programs that came out of our housing element. So again, making progress on some of the implementation measures of the housing element.
I'm sorry, which meeting did you say that was at?
It would be the August 19th
August
meeting.
19th, great.
Although we have pushed it a couple of times, so it will depend on the final agenda being set, but we are tentatively looking at that for the study session. In terms of staff, oh, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Williams.
So Monday, August 19th at the City Council.
City Council.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
In terms of some staffing changes, so I am sad to share that this was Rendell Bustos, our senior planner's last meeting with us. His last day with us is tomorrow, and I know he's presented a lot of different projects with you, and it's a big loss for our division. However, we are actively recruiting at the moment, so we're hiring to fill some assistant/associate planner positions, and we'll probably be recruiting for a senior planner shortly as well, so please spread the word. As far as the Planning Commission meetings are concerned, we are looking at a cancellation for the first August meeting, so that's on August 13th. And we are yet to finalize the agenda for the second August meeting, but we will keep you posted via email as that develops. Those are all of staff's updates. Turning it over to our Assistant City Attorney.
No updates from me, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any reports, updates from my commissioners? Nope. Great. Then we can go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Thank you.